up a tree. Probably won't be talking too much because of allergies. What's up, McInnes? What's up, Opera Nix, and happy birthday as well. What's up, Sabaldi? That's how you say that? I don't really know, though. What's up, Mark? Yep, getting there pretty closely. I think I'm at less than 5% at this point, or I'm around 5% left. I think once I get into the 20s, I'll be at less than 5% though. For sure. It's alright, honestly. Um, I'm just gonna say wolf, because I don't even want to, like, think about how to I kinda thought you were gonna say that. It's like, there's no way that isn't intentional. I'm trying to say it in my head, I'm trying to figure out how you can say that. French. Is that German? What's up, Diamante? Yeah, is that German? Looks German. Okay, I guess I could try. Let's see here. Their government legal name. Interesting. Alright. I wonder how many syllables that is. It's Wolfface, Schlegel, Steinhausen, Berger, Dorf Senior? I don't know. I have no clue how to say that. I probably butchered like 3/4 of that or more, except Chibi. Jesus. Is that really one name? How in what world somebody even... I'm not gonna lie, it literally just looks like you guys are mashing on your keyboard. Like, actually, that's what it looks like. Bet the birth certificate was like 3 pages. Or something like that. Exaggeration, but still. I have to like take notes on that name. Oh Jesus. What's up, 12 Oak? Swear to God, that like you'd have to flip through your birth certificate to even get to any information. You know, they could just troll the entire SAT, like troll the people who grade the SAT and put the name on it. Final sliver is 31 blocks. So it's around a third of this section. What's up, bye guy? Um, I think I've learned some concepts in trigonometry, but I don't think I've never taken trigonometry on its own, if I remember correctly. I haven't actually taken any high-level math class, or I didn't actually take any high-level math classes. The highest I took was pre-cal. It's the farthest I went. I never went any further, honestly. I think at some point I'll learn higher-level math on my own, but I mean, you know. I mean, I am making a mind map on every subject on the planet, basically, or at least as many as I can get. Obviously, I can't get every subject possible, but I'm gonna get at least as many as possible, realistically, through the entire world. Pretty much all information that has been discovered or will be discovered by humanity. Maybe not will be discovered, but you know what I mean? Like principles that could do it. But principles that can help with um, understanding new information, I guess. Mind map is like it's like a software. It's actually extremely useful. I would recommend it if I were you. I'd recommend Xmind. It's basically it's basically a form of way of studying, of note taking, where you have a center subject, and then you branch off that from that subject to sub subjects. So like a subtopic, I guess you could say. So you have a central topic, and then you have a subtopic, and then those could branch into other subtopics, and those could branch. It's just a tree, basically, a logical tree. What's up, Lucia? I would highly recommend a mind map though, seriously. It keeps all your thoughts collected. It keeps them collected and organized. X mind. So an X and then mind. Pretty simple on that one, but at least the way they spell it. I would recommend it if I were you. And if you want multiple devices connected so you can import and export mind maps, you can get the membership, which is like $5 a month. I'm personally not going to use it. I don't see any reason for me to use it, but you could use it if you really wanted to dedicate yourself to it. And you could do it for anything, honestly. Any subject you want to learn, anything like that. You could even do like history and stuff like that, which is... I have methods of doing it like that. So like if you want to ask, so if you wanted to mind map something, like a subject or something like that, I can give you methods of doing it. But methods of at least mind mapping it, but in your case you'd have to figure it on your own. So like if I gave you a method of how to mind map it, you have to define everything yourself and split it off into certain domains, I guess, on your own. You had to define everything on your own, but I mean that's the point of note-taking, so I just don't recommend actual notes. Actual notes isn't really that good, at least in comparison to a mind map. Because a mind map can do note-taking and it can organize the thoughts as well. So instead of just throwing all your thoughts on paper, like you do with notes, you're throwing them into something that's actually organized. And you can rapidly learn very, very quickly. Extremely quickly, if you're dedicated enough to it, at least. Like that it just snowballs, all the information that you learn. And then once you learn that information could be relevant to other information, and then, yeah, it's crazy. Like, for example, you could do engineering. You could split up what makes up engineering, what are the domains of engineering, and then within those domains you have the separate domains. It just helps you pick out and separate concepts from each other and helps you understand what concepts mean for different things. So you're basically doing a top-down approach. You're starting with engineering, for example, and you keep going more and more specific. So you start with the least specific, which is engineering, and then you go with the and this is up to you to decide what are the branches of engineering. So it's up to you really how to make the domains. It's really just getting the information. So like for example, and you don't have to worry about remembering every single node. That's what they're called, the subtopics. They're called nodes. You don't have to remember every single subtopic. You just have to know like what it is. You have to just know what the nodes are. You don't have to list them either. So like for example, I'm doing a mind map over computer networking. I don't have to remember all the subdomains of computer networking. I don't have to list them. They're just a pathway to divide from one thing to another. It's just a way to divide the information. What's up, Rafi? Yeah, I'll drink some more water. So like computer networking, I don't have to list all the stuff like implementation, troubleshooting, infrastructure, stuff like that. I don't have to list all the subdomains. I just have to make the subdomains, so I know where everything is placed within it. Like the types and classifications, how they are separated from the actual infrastructure itself. Because the different types of networking that can be classified, and then there's the infrastructure, which makes up each of the, which makes up a networking as a whole, pretty much. For example. Also, if you want to do history, I recommend doing it from a, if you ever do history for mind mapping, I recommend starting with history itself, like as the topic, and then list the different types of history or whatever you want to learn. Or you could just go, I mean, it depends on how specific you actually want it or how vague you want history to be. So, like, for example, if you did American history, you'd do, like, North American, Central, and South American, and then within that you have North American, then you have the different centuries, and then decades, and then within that you could say what happened within each of the decades, and then you could see, okay, what happened in, for example, like 1860 or 1861, 1862, and you just keep doing that over and over again, and within each of the years you have, like, for example, I actually mind mapped, I was testing it out, so I picked a US history event, like I picked the Civil War, for example. Like I did I did history, and then within history I had U.S. history. U.S. history I had the 1800s, and then with 1800s I had 1860s. So I went from centuries to decades. I made it more specific, and then within 1860s, I listed out each of the years for the 1860s, and with the 1860s, I have 1860 itself, which is when Abraham Lincoln became president, the 16th president. 1861 through 1865, I had the Civil War as a node from the 1860s, and then each of the years had a significant event for the Civil War, which I only did 2 events, which was the start of Civil War, which was what was it? April 12th, 1861 was when the Civil War started. May 9th, 1865 was when the Civil War ended. For example, I even did a random event like the Battle of Sumter in April of 1861, for example. And then within each of the events, you could do like what is significant about the event, or why did it happen, or what was it, which what was it can be just part of the node itself, but just as an example. Or like instead of knowing what it actually is, it's more like you want to make a branch, like you want to understand a branch of whatever it is. So like an in node, like a node that's really far into the mind map itself. Like for example, I did it computer networking. Within computer networking, there's infrastructure. Within infrastructure, there is hardware. Within hardware, there are devices. Within devices, there are intermediary devices. Which in intermediary devices, there are internetworking devices. Within internetworking devices, there are routers. Within routers, there are, yeah, just keep doing that over and over again. And then within routing, or routers, you have like the different concepts for, you have routing itself, you have what makes up a router, you have what a router is, which is the node definition itself. So you could say that a router is a intermediary internetworking device that's part of networking infrastructure. You can know all of that just purely based off of understanding where that node is or information is placed within the mind map. And so you can just learn it rapidly quick. Also, what do you mean by how many presidents? Also, cybersecurity seems like an amazing thing to mind map, to be honest. I know it can be very convoluted. Cybersecurity is definitely one of the subjects I'm going to be mind mapping, but eventually I'll have most of the subjects mind mapped. Like for example, I have subjects themselves, which is the main, which basically divides all the subjects on Earth. I have abstract and concrete, which abstract is just anything that will have, or any information that we will encounter, or any information that we have encountered, or it's like information that we have or will know in the future. It's basically information that's static or it's theoretical. There's like, it's not a now type of thing. And then the opposite, which is concrete, which is information that is constantly changing, which are basically realistic things like mechanics is one of the subdomains. Technology is constantly changing. But the principles behind the technologies, that's part of the abstract, like computer science, for example, within a science, within the science domain, that's within the abstract. I think it's 46. I could be totally wrong though. I actually don't know the amount. I could be completely wrong on this. I mean, I could tell you the first 20. But I can't. Yeah, it's 46. Yeah, I think IT might be one of the most beneficial subjects to mind map. I think almost everybody should mind maps information technology. Because that's basically what I'm doing. I want to be information technology is part of the information systems, part of the technological node, which is part of abstract, or not abstract, concrete domain or node. So basically it starts with concrete, and then with concrete, it is technology. Within technology, we have information systems. Within information systems, we have information technology. Within information technology, we have cybersecurity. So yeah, it's kind of crazy to think about, but you know. And I put it in concrete because I thought it was like computer science, but I don't think it technically is. At least it leans more towards concrete because I'm doing primary versus secondary. Some things are actually like, say for example, medicine. Medicine has a weird mixture of concrete and abstract, but it's primarily abstract. It's usually studies of the body. It's not really like pure constant evolution. It's really just using static information. It's really just the usage of static information to work on the body to understand the body. And we apply that understanding within medicine itself, but it's still primarily abstract because it's never changing in a way. Because the body is still the body. We still have the understanding that the body itself will never change, except for evolution. But at least from this standpoint, it's not constantly changing. At least we don't have a choice really in how to change it, besides maybe like biomechanics or stuff like that. But that's completely different. Yeah, that's a little bit different. That's gonna be part of the concrete, which is part of the. But that uses principles of medicine, so, or science, I guess, better way of saying it. Not really, because it uses principles of like physics, anatomy, stuff like that. But it's applied through engineering in a lot of cases. Depends, actually. I think engineering's separate from it, though. Actually, no, there's biomedical engineering. Even though biomedical engineering isn't technically, like, robotic, which that's more of AI. This is why I'm creating this mind map, because I want to understand the difference between all these terms. I'm not even close to where I'm at right now, to getting close to being even partially way through this mind mapping journey. Yeah, I can do 20. See if I can remember them, though. So it's, George Washington, not John. I cannot speak. Yeah, John Adams. Yeah, I was correct actually. John Adams, Thomas Jefferson, James Monroe. No, sorry, James Madison, James Monroe. Wow, I'm really rusty at this, aren't I? Holy Christ, I actually don't remember it that well. I'm extremely rusty at this. Holy Christ. You know what? Never mind. I'm extremely rusty. Give me some time to remember these. I know Andrew Johnson is, Wow, okay, never mind. Okay, I need to mind map it. Never mind, scratch that. I did know them, but I actually forgot them. Oh, I have, like, amnesia, apparently, with this. I already reset the end earlier, so I'm good with that. But yeah, I would recommend mind mapping IT. It's because it's so information heavy. I mean, it's literally information technology, so it's so technical that I just recommend it, honestly. IT especially. Like, there's probably some things you probably don't need to mind map, but oh my god. Why is that lagging so badly? Speaking of lag spikes earlier, somebody mentioned that a couple streams ago. Yeah, it's, yeah, basically. Okay, let's see. Well, I really did forget, didn't I? I, like, actually forgot. My brain just went my brain either completely shut down or I just really don't remember them. I'm gonna go check back and, replenish my brain real fast whenever I go here, or whenever I finish the Ender Dragon. I'm gonna go back and double check some of the... Cause I actually don't remember. No, like, I don't think it's even rebooting. I think it just wiped the memory off. I think it just wiped it entirely. I think I literally have, like, amnesia at the moment. Overwrote it, yes. It's starting to come back together, but it's still not there, to be honest. Yeah, it's kind of brain dead at the moment. Nope, I actually forgot. What else was there? Oh, I actually just completely forgot. I'm gonna facepalm when I actually read what it is. Dang it. ellipses. I think I'm just gonna. I don't think it's very. I don't think I can fully remember it. Unless I just keep repeating it over and over again. I just don't think I don't think I thoroughly memorized it like I did with number 5. That I fairly thoroughly memorized. At least some of them. At least, you know, a few numbers. I don't think I thoroughly, like, remember the U.S. presidents themselves. I know it went up to 20 at some point. I just don't remember, like, the order of it. Or, like, yeah, I just don't remember the order. You know, the weird thing is, programming's actually kind of odd to mind map, because it's not very mind mappable. It's a very, experience-heavy field. I may still mind map it for certain things, but I think for the most part, it's not very... Actually, no, you can mind map it. You have to, but the thing is about mind mapping, that you have to get images. So if you want to mind map something like programming, if you want to, for some reason, you can still do it. I think it actually might be somewhat useful in certain areas, but I'm gonna try it out myself, just to experiment. Because I'm basically I just want to experiment with things that might not be mind mappable, or potentially. I did remember 20 of them. At some point, I went up to 20. It took a long time, though, don't get me wrong. It wasn't like I just memorized them immediately. It was kind of grueling, to be honest. But yeah, I think I'm gonna mind map. I want to see how effective mind mapping programming is. It may not actually be that effective, but I could be totally wrong on that. I thought history was gonna be ineffective, but apparently it's pretty effective, to be honest. I thought history was almost unmind mappable because of the way it's not very logically structured. Because of the lack of structure that it has, unlike IT itself. Because it's a very visual-based thing. Like, it's a very visual-based skill. Like, it's a skill itself. It's not really like a branch of information. That's why the technology, the concrete subjects, that's gonna be far less effective than, say, like mathematics, for example. You can learn mathematics completely without any hands-on anything, honestly. For the most part, at least, I would say, because they're mainly concepts. They're not really, like, actual things. Like, they're like, for example, a for loop in programming. You can explain a for loop, but you don't actually know what it is until you actually, like, try looking at it, or, like, knowing what it does. Because remember, concrete is what is happening, so it's what happens or what it does, what things do, I guess. That's what the concrete does. It defines what things do, which is why it's so hard to mind map something like programming. It's possible, like I'm still gonna do it, but what is their name? Yeah, you know, I'm gonna go check real fast. I'm gonna, like, hit myself, honestly, whenever I see who it is. Not literally, but... Oh yeah, never mind, I remember now. Okay, let's see if I remember this. Okay, so it's probably still gonna butcher this horribly, but so it's George Washington, John Adams, Thomas Jefferson, James Madison, James Monroe, John Quincy Adams, Andrew Jackson. Ah, frick. Let's see. Frick, man, I think I already forgot it. Nope, that's nope. Oh, Martin Van Buren. I know the ninth president was like had the shortest presidency. I forgot what it was though. I forgot what his name was. Frick, man. Remember? Oh yeah, never mind. I don't remember that name. William Henry Harrison. So it's Martin Van Buren, William Henry Harrison, and then it's um, John Tyler, James K. Polk, Zachary Taylor, Millard Fillmore. I know 15th is James Buchanan, 16th is Abraham Lincoln, 17th is Andrew Johnson, 18th is Ulysses S. Grant. I don't know his other name. 19th is just remember the name. It's what's her name? God, it's like I don't remember what the story was. It lasted like 31 days or something like that. Let's see. Oh, what was it? Was like Rutherford B. Hayes or something like that. Pretty sure Rutherford B. Hayes 19th, and then James A. Garfield, which is 20th. That's all 20. Let's see. So it's George Washington, John Adams, Thomas Jefferson, James Madison, James Monroe, John Quincy Adams, Andrew Jackson, Martin Van Buren, William Henry Harrison, John Tyler, James K. Polk, Zachary Taylor, Millard Fillmore, was his name? Something I remember. Something. What the heck was the name? Oh, Franklin. That's what it was. Franklin Pierce. So 14th is Franklin Pierce. 15th is James Buchanan. Just Millard Fillmore, Franklin Pierce, James Buchanan, Abraham Lincoln, Andrew Johnson, Ulysses S. Grant, Rutherford B. Hayes, then James A. Garfield. So the entire list would be George Washington, John Adams, Thomas Jefferson, James Madison, James Monroe, John Quincy Adams, Andrew Jackson, Martin Van Buren, William Henry Harrison, John Tyler, James K. Polk, Zachary Taylor, Millard Fillmore, Franklin Pierce, James Buchanan, Abraham Lincoln, Andrew Johnson, Ulysses Grant, Rutherford B. Hayes, and James A. Garfield. That's as far as I've got. That is if I don't have amnesia and forget it again, but... Now, I'm going to quit off of that, and then in a couple of months or something like that, I don't know when I'm actually going to go back to this, I'm going to go back and see if I actually remember it. I still remember numbers of pi, though. That's something I really actually ingrained in my brain. At least somewhat when I was, at least I think, when I remembered it, or whatever, I brute forced it. If I actually remember it, there's something I may actually forget it, but I don't know, though. I mean, to be fair, knowing the list of precedents is completely, what's it called? Completely inefficient when it comes to learning. Actually, really, lists of anything, honestly, kind of just inefficient of understanding. That's why school education system, or just the education system, this is why you usually can forget a lot of things, because it's like, they just give you lists of information that you have to, like, memorize, and you just throw it away later anyway. I'm not saying they don't always teach core concepts of things, they do, but it's like, there's a good amount of just useless, maybe not even useless, it's just information that you just forget, because they don't teach you how to use it, or how to learn it, I guess. Like history, for example. How many schools actually teach about mind mapping or note-taking ways of actually remembering things? Not many. Actually, I don't really know any, to be honest, that really talk about how to take notes. Usually they're like, oh yes, write this down, or write that down, or write this down, or whatever. Study your notes for the test. It's like, how do you study the notes, though? You don't know how to study. Like, yes, like, yeah, because people are just gonna magically know how to study. And then people forget everything, and it's like, wow, alright. Yeah, totally great education system. I'd probably be pretty knowledgeable on, like, history and stuff like that if I actually took the time and mind mapped stuff that I learned in school. But obviously I was extremely lazy at that time. Even now I'm pretty lazy, but I've gotten way better at it, to be honest. I mean, you could brute force things, but it's like you won't always remember them. Only did 7th grade. I don't remember a single class anybody talking about note taking, at least where I live, at all. Actually, not even close. Usually, it's just like, oh yes, go study. Boom. Nope. Yeah, because people are gonna know how to study. I think the one. It's so weird though, because like, it's so weird how schools preach, at least in the U.S. Preach about like studying and stuff like that, but it's like there's not actually any resources on how to. I mean, obviously it's online now, but there's not really any way of understanding the subjects. Like, they don't really teach how to learn subjects, like history, for example, and they expect you to actually remember certain things. Oh yeah, we definitely don't have that. The only thing we had was, I mean, we had some cooking, but it was specific. It wasn't very specific to like just general cooking. It was like specific for people who want to be food artists and stuff like that. Like who wants to actually be cooking for a career? It was very career focused. That's what like schools here are, at least mainly, are career focused. They're not practical focused, if you know what I mean. 'Cause schools in themselves aren't very practical. I mean, hence why most of the subjects we learn, at least in the U.S., why they're very why most of the abstract subjects that I have are usually part of the school education system. I mean, yes, there are like electives, but the core subjects are abstract. There aren't any um, concrete subjects, at least my school specifically, because we didn't have any technology classes besides audio and visual. But I mean, not saying other schools don't have that type of stuff, because they probably do with the higher end schools, but I'm talking more lower end schools, because my school was pretty mid-ish. Pretty low though. Or small, I guess. We didn't really have anything for technology besides a very blow-off AV class, which is audio visual. But let's see. We had some mechanics, but that was only if you wanted to go into the trades themselves. They weren't specific like, oh yeah, hey, you can learn this. Here's some practical skills. But it was more career focused than anything. Um, let's see. Technology, mechanics, any form of mechanics, by the way. It could be anything. Like auto mechanics, construction, stuff like that. Which I will have to divide those up, because I don't know if there's a way to divide them, but whatever, it doesn't matter, honestly. Let's see, cooking, they didn't really have that, to be honest. I mean, they had, like, robotics, but that was also mainly just elective, and I don't think that had nothing to do with, like, that was more, like, extracurricular, in a way, like, very extracurricular. I mean, there was, like, band, but band isn't entirely, it's music, which music itself is abstract, um, due to its theoretical nature, unfortunately. So it's also abstract. It's not very practical. It's more extra as well. It's part of humanities that I put it in. Okay, give me a sec. I do push-ups now, every single pickaxe. I forgot about that. I'm starting to do it. Okay, I'm back. Okay, maybe not actually. I'm actually really sore from yesterday. Really sore. So, dang, you had woodworking in elementary? We didn't even get that till high school. Even then, that still wasn't even very practical, because that was still mainly career focused. Mainly. We learned a little bit of first aid, but that was the only thing we had first aid. Well, we did have like a health class that was also extracurricular. Um, we had this requirement for like what's it called for what was it drink some more water too. It's basically it's not first aid. What is it called? It's basically I forgot what it's called. There was something that was a requirement though that everybody had to take. It was it's like whenever somebody's choking or something like that and you have to like pump their chest. I forgot what that's called. There's a specific term for it. You're basically bringing them back to life in a way. It's similar to the Heimlich. It's actually it's very similar, but it's like you're on the ground and you're like pumping their chest to get them. Yes. There's a term for that though. That's the action of doing it, but there's a specific term for like the general like subject. That is the motion though. There's a specific term for it though, I think. But yeah, chest compressions are the like, you know, the motion that you do, but there's something else to it. I forgot what it's called. Never mind. I know what you're. Well, yeah, chest compressions is the closest I can get, or the closest. What is it called? I don't remember. But yeah, that right there, that little like, it was like a little lesson that we had to take randomly in the year, at least one time through high school. It was like an absolute requirement. Everybody who didn't do it had to get called up to do it or whatever, so. Now, do I remember it? Partially. I only very lightly remember it. Not like I'm gonna fully remember every single procedure, and the fact that if I have to save somebody's life, there's no way I'm remembering that in the heat of the moment, but yeah, resuscitation, that's what it is. It took me a second. I've never seen the word written down like that, but yes. That's the word. Yeah, we had to do resuscitation. At least once, but that's it though. We didn't do anything else other than that. We didn't even get a certificate. It was literally just like, here's a lesson. Okay, bye. It was like, oh my god, you guys. Like, I get It's just kind of weird. I mean, don't get me wrong, I kind of like it at the same time, not having to have all those requirements. But at the same time, it's like they want people to be more educated on things, but they're educating them on things that aren't really very practical, at least in the US, or at least in my school. There's probably more practical things in bigger schools, but at least in the smaller schools, it's not that good, at least. It's just their budget just isn't there, and it's just not managed properly, I guess. Which is honestly, it's okay, but it's like, at the same time, is it really that good? Not really. It's not the worst thing. At least we have some form of education. It just isn't good here. It gets worse when you go to like college and stuff like that, when they basically make everybody like milk everybody for money with electives and stuff like that in college, even though college shouldn't have almost any electives unless you actually choose to have electives. I don't understand that, honestly. They really just want to stretch 4 years out, don't they? They could I think almost like everything could be cut in half. Like an associates could be a 1 year, bachelor's could be 2 year, potentially. All the other ones like masters and stuff like that could be 3, whatever. Just divide all the type of certificates and degrees in half. If you cut out the electives, I'm fairly certain. But no, let's just drag it out another 2 years or 1 year or whatever. I mean, the only thing I really well, besides the emergency, little bit of resuscitation, and I don't think you learned anything about first aid. That could have been years ago, though. I could have just forgotten about it. We did learn about it at some point. Emergencies as well, like fires. I mean, couple reasons could be the fact that the US, since colleges are businesses, they're allowed to increase prices like that without really any repercussions. What else is there? It's probably one of them. At least at one point. It used to be cheap, but because of that change they made, some kind of act that happened in the 90s or whatever. Because let's be honest, it's really sad when you think about the fact that you like the people in the US, your career in the US, if you're going to college, is literally based on a business. This is where capitalism, in my opinion, goes too far. At least that I know of. Capitalism is one of the primary reasons for it. Like, capitalism on its own is actually pretty good because it, breeds competition. But when it comes to something as important as education of like future generations, I think that's when it takes it a little too far, to be honest. It's like all those get rich quick schemes. It's like they take that too far as well. They take the entrepreneurial life too far when it comes to stuff like that, and it gives entrepreneurship a bad name. Same with learning, actually, just in general. College education system gives learning itself a bad name. It makes people not want to learn anything. Ironically, it's like they want people to learn. Actually, well, no, actually, no, they don't. The system itself doesn't want people to learn. They just want to, be told what to do. But problem is, you just become cattle at that point. You just become cattle, and it's like, well, you just have here's this assignment, And it's like, oh, well, you have this. Here's another thing. I mentioned earlier about the electives. I think the forced electives and stuff like that, the fact that schools drag on so much is also another reason. The fact that it takes 4 years to get that piece of paper is kind of insane, to be honest with you. You could split college time in half, which would split the money in half. Even if the prices are high, at least it's 50% cut in the amount of to pay. But the thing is, colleges were like, yeah, let's just string as much money as possible out of people. Or extract as much money out as possible, because it's like, oh, they don't have a choice in these electives, let's just make them and make it sound like it's important. That's also the other thing, is the fact that people make college sound more important than it actually is because of the cultural background that used to, the societal background that college used to have. The elitism, I guess you could say. And since that elitism carried over to the next generation, that elitism combined with the capitalistic mindset and the business mindset. So if you combine that elitism with the business mindset, which is usually just corporate greed, most of the time, not always, you have the corporate greed combined with elitism, you get a recipe for a disaster. It's just like entrepreneurship, like all those get-rich-quick schemes, or all those people flaunting their money, all that type of stuff. It all comes down to that greed combined with the societal, like, status symbol, because, you know, the US is very status-driven, which is pretty bad when you consider, like, schools and stuff like that, especially when you consider education systems, which the system itself, the education system itself, they leverage that status-driven society, or people leverage it with get-rich-quick schemes, or college education, big names, all that type of stuff, which is, it doesn't help that the US is also very social media driven, or it's just media driven in general. Which is annoying. So if you combine the factors of it being a business, put all this together. So you have business mindset with capitalism, with, so we have business mindset combined with capitalism, combined with status-driven and media-driven society. That's a recipe for disaster right there. So pretty much, since we have this business and status and like money-driven society, people are, colleges are gonna be willing to sacrifice people's education for money and hide that driven money, like that money-driven mindset, and hide it with perception, status perception, or that just higher status, I guess you can say. It's like, oh, well, this is more expensive, but guess what? You get that status symbol that, you know, companies don't care for anymore, honestly. But, you know, colleges are kind of behind, because they're always behind, to be honest with you. Yeah. Fortunately, businesses are actually smartening up, and this is why competition is important, by the way. Businesses are smartening up and actually allowing people to drop their college degree requirements to get hired. So, because businesses understand that college isn't entirely that required in a lot of areas, like technology, for example. It isn't really that required. It's very skill based. So businesses are smartening up, and they need people to work. So they're like, okay, we'll just drop the degree requirements. If you just have the skills, you pay the bills. which that's what all corporation in itself eventually is going towards. Thank God for that. Especially it being remote. Fortunately, we're getting to that point. It's not as status driven as it's gonna be more skill driven over time. So the US may actually finally have some sense when it comes to understanding what is valued or what is needed to build a good employee, I guess. Fortunately. I mean, don't get me wrong, they're probably still going to be more expensive, but let's be honest here, I'm pretty sure college will actually start dropping. I'm pretty sure colleges will stop dropping, or will start dropping their prices once once they start understanding that people won't be going to college as much. College, self-taught will be a lot better, more acceptable. And since self-taught is going to be more acceptable, colleges will start dropping their prices eventually. I will almost guarantee that, to be honest here. Almost mark my words at that point. Colleges will drop their prices. It's a competition between businesses and colleges, honestly. Which, this is where competition shouldn't really be a thing, because, you know, colleges should, you know, team up with businesses. You would think, at least. Like there, apparently, at Germany, apparently they team up with colleges instead of just, you know, competing with them for some reason. Yeah, capitalism. It's not always grand. It's not always that great. Too much competition isn't a good thing, but also having not enough competition also just means that nobody can strive to be better than the other. It stagnates. So you need enough competition where it keeps growing, where people can grow, but you don't want to have too much competition where the rich get so rich, or the rich get so rich, or businesses get so rich they just take advantage of people, which is why colleges shouldn't really be that much of a business, and they should be more government oriented. This is where socialism would actually be pretty useful. At least some form of socialism actually could be somewhat useful. Say, for example, yeah, homeschooling is technically a form of well, yeah, actually, yes. Homeschooling is self-taught because it's not formal training. Formal training, it's called autodidact. If you do any form of training on your own, like online training or nothing that isn't formal, then you're pretty much an autodidact, which is a form of self-teaching or self-stuff. But yeah, it's like, for example, like socialism should be it should regulate pay, like the amount of people. Socialism should be a thing in a way to regulate pay based on your education, based on the amount your parents or how much you make, in a way. So like if parents made 100K each, or 50K, I don't know how you would do it, this is just an example. So for example, if you split the entire thing, so if you had a parent that had to pay like 50K to 100, I know there's scholarships and stuff like that, but this is going to be something different. This is more flatline. This is more stable than just scholarships. But thank God those exist as well, though. But there should be a form of, like, say for example, between if somebody's less than 100K, it should give a percentage, and then somebody who's above K should give more and more percentage based on their income, based on the amount of what they have to pay. So somebody who has 50K, who makes 50K per year, would have to pay, say, and 100K should be like the standard. They should make like a standard, which is like 100K, and it should go based off of inflation. Unfortunately, inflation is really high right now, but I mean, whatever, honestly. Everything's gonna be more expensive regardless, so it doesn't matter. So, for example, if like 100K is the standard and somebody makes less than that, they take a percentage of the base standard, which is like, say for example, if the college is like 40 grand or whatever, for bachelors or whatever. Just generalizing. If you made less than 100 grand, you'd be a percentage of that amount of money, for example, like 80% or whatever. If you made like 75, 80K per year or whatever, something like that. If you made 50K, you'd be like half of that, or even like a little bit more. I don't know. Okay, so homeschooling, I don't really know. I know there's like a curriculum though, I guess. Do you mean homeschooling like proper homeschooling, or do you mean like just going home and reading books? Because homeschooling, like from a school standpoint, like how schools view homeschooling, is they usually do curriculum. So I guess technically no, it's not self-taught if you go based off of like pure, like actual formal homeschooling. If you're going based off of formal homeschooling, it's technically not self-taught because you have a curriculum. But if you mean like homeschooling as in you're just kind of doing your own thing, that's something different. But now, like college, I don't know how homeschooling well, I mean, when I say homeschooling, technically there's only one type of homeschooling, but it kind of depends on your definition, because it's like there's formal homeschooling, which is just, you know, the typical homeschooling. But if I guess if you count, it kind of just depends on your definition, because it's like homeschooling usually is like you have a curriculum, um, you have a curriculum that a school gives you, and then you teach your child that or whatever. That's technically homeschooling, but there's also, you know what, let's just go with that definition because I can't think of another way to explain the other homeschooling. I guess just, I guess it technically wouldn't be homeschooling. It just depends on what the heck you even mean by homeschooling, because technically I'm homeschooling in a way because I'm self-teaching. I'm educating myself on, I guess, you know what, never mind. Just do homeschooling as formal because homeschooling and technically teaching, self-teaching are two different things. Because schooling itself is formal, but educating yourself is not. So, home education is technically self-educating, but never mind. Just stick to formal homeschooling. So yeah, they pretty much, I think they treat it very similar. I think they just give you a, now I don't know how like grades and stuff like that work. Like how would that, I don't know how that works, to be honest with you. I don't know that much about homeschooling, but all I know is they give you a curriculum to follow. I don't know how they track, like, I don't know how they track it, but I mean, whatever, I guess. Like how they track if you even do the curriculum or not. So yeah, there's education and then there's, you know, schooling or homeschooling in this case, but I don't know though, to be honest. That's all I know about homeschooling though, is that you're just given a curriculum and then you just do the curriculum. I have no clue how it's tracked or anything like that. I don't know how it's regulated. I know here though, I'm pretty sure it's illegal unless unless you actually do ask to be homeschooled or like you're allowed to be homeschooled. Honestly, I would totally do like homeschooling. Not me personally, but if I, like had a child or something like that, probably do homeschooling. I don't see any point. I mean, no, never mind. Actually, I do see some points. I'm not gonna be that crazy, but I do see some points. Actually, no, I wouldn't. I would probably do actual schooling. But I would ingrain in that person that schooling, in the end, doesn't entirely matter. It's the only benefit school has, and this is the only reason I would actually have, like, a person go to school, is because of having friends and making connections with other people. That's it. I see no other reason school is actually that beneficial itself, besides making connections with other people. Making connection with other people and figuring out what they want to do. That's it, really. Those are the two things. It's like a sample platter combined with connections with people. That's it. I'm fairly certain on that. I don't think there's really any other true practical benefit to schooling. Especially in the US, to be honest with you. I literally just don't see any other benefit besides those. It's even worse with the US. At least, apparently, Germany has a lot more practical applications to schooling. And a better sample platter. I mean, schools should be more practical, because if you think about it, like, most valuable skills in the world are practical. There's, like... I mean, yes, there are obscure ones, but usually the problem with those obscure ones, like, say, mathematics, if you got, like, a degree in mathematics, the problem with just having mathematics is that there's no actual skill. It's like knowledge itself. It's not skills themselves. Not saying there probably aren't any mathematical skills, but generally speaking, since it's abstract, it's not going to be skill driven like other subjects, like technology, for example. Stuff like that. Even though technically careers are on their own are technically abstract. But the skills are defined. The skills define the career, which is concrete, so... Like, careers in themselves are abstract. Because they're just set ways of doing certain things, or set certain ways of leveling yourself up in a way. It's like levels in a game. The levels in their game are abstract, but the skills within the game are concrete in a way because they constantly can evolve. And it's also what you do in a game itself. I mean, don't get me wrong, there's a little bit of finance, which, to be fair, that was probably my favorite subject. I'm not gonna lie, I don't know why, but somehow subject, like, we had okay, so we had economics and government, which is like one class, half a semester was economics, half of it was government. Um, the first half was economics. I actually pretty much thoroughly enjoyed economics for the most part. It was probably one of my favorite subjects within school. But that's still not saying much considering I really didn't have much of a favorite subject, to be honest. To be completely fair with you, but yeah, it's they had a personal finance sector, I guess you can call it, in or curriculum for part of the economics. It was a random part of it, and it was personal finance, which basically showed you, it literally just showed you savings accounts and compound interest. That's it. No investing strategies, no nothing. No stock market information, no, nothing about ticker symbols, nothing like that. Just personal finance, which even then that still didn't really do much because they didn't even talk about they didn't even talk about like the general financial savings rule. They didn't even talk about savings, or I guess the personal savings rule, which is like 30% household, 20 something percent, you know, that thing where it's like 30% of half your finances should be housing, 20% should be something else, 10% whatever, you know, that type of rule. Maybe 30%. I think 30% is actually housing, but we didn't really get into that. Or like the 4% rule or whatever about investing and financial independence or whatever, but I really doubt they were going to talk about that. Even though that's actually a very important thing. I think they should have taught that actually in school. Can you imagine how motivated people would be to get a higher paying job if they knew about the 4% rule or even like how to retire early? Because most people just accept retirement. But if people actually knew how to retire early, or if they knew about the FIRE movement, which is financial independence, retire early, people would be so much more motivated to get higher paying jobs. I for sure would have been at least somewhat more motivated understanding investing and like ways and strategies of investing. Like what to invest, like how much are you going to get in return for investing and how much you make, which are basically two factors when it comes to financial independence. You have to manage both of them because it's like there's savings and there's the amount you make. You have to balance both of them. So it's like you can only save so much until you actually have to increase your income, for example. So if you only made 50K a year and you saved like 50% of it somehow, and you invested it and you wanted to retire early, but you really can't do that because you aren't making enough. So you'd have to go up and climb the career ladder or find a new industry to go into. You know, since, you know, the US is money driven, you'd think they'd talk about that, but no. I mean, actually, to be fair, it makes sense though, because since they're so money driven, they want people to make more and more money, and people to continue to work till they die, basically, or at least until they're 62 or whatever it is. Get them nice social security, nice little benefits. Yes. No, we do not. We do not have anything about the religions. It would have been an interesting class to have, but dang man, did I cover all the subjects? I swear to God, did I actually cover all of them? All the domains of life, I guess you can call them, or of humanity and the universe, I guess. Because that'd be crazy if I actually did figure out all the domains of life. Well, not figure out, but you know, like mind map all the domains. As insane as that sounds, I think I actually may have done it. But I'm also thinking, like, did I actually do it? I'm in that constant state of, like, questioning if did I actually list down all of the core subjects of, you know, humanity and the universe itself? Because, I'm very skeptical about it, because I'm like, dang, did I actually do it? Because that's a lot of subjects. And is there a category I'm missing with, like, anything at all? Missing anything? I'm also trying to disparate things that are primarily concrete or abstract, because I don't actually know. Like, engineering is primarily concrete, but there's a ton of abstract concepts in engineering itself, that I know of at least. Now, at the same time, engineering, it may not actually be a domain that I have to do, because a lot of the other domains cover engineering already. So it's like, I may not even do engineering actually, because a lot of the principles um, that are used, but I could be totally wrong on that. Not saying that engineering is isn't its own thing, but it's also just a mishmash. Good Lord have mercy. It's so many classes. I only had like 6 or 7, if you don't account for like athletics or whatever. I never took physics. What the heck? You actually had IT as well? My God, you had so many subjects. I had like 6 or 7. I never had music, except for like 5th grade or whatever. Last time I had music. You had like, what, how many is that? 18 subjects? Over 18 subjects? They could have replaced algebra with like IT or something like that. It would have been perfectly fine. I don't know why schools here like just don't teach IT. At least even the lower budget. I just don't think lower budgeting schools are budgeting themselves properly, honestly. Is it just the lack of experience or education that people are like, is it that teachers here are just not being hired for example? I'd imagine it's something like that, or they just don't care for it for some reason. It's crazy. I literally only had a one technical course or technological course. It wasn't even really it was like software based. It wasn't even like IT itself. It was just like creation. Like Photoshop, Premiere, even though we didn't mess with Premiere. We did like Movie Maker. Premiere, which I don't blame them. It's expensive to do Premiere or Photoshop, but or Premiere itself. Which they did do Photoshop, so I'm kind of confused. But Premiere, Movie Maker. I think they even did Illustrator as well. I think it was Illustrator. I don't remember. Maybe it was just Photoshop. What else is there? A few other things as well. Audacity, Adobe Audacity, or not Adobe Audacity, just Audacity. What else is there? Astronomy. Okay, I would probably replace that with something else. I don't really see the point in astronomy, like learning astronomy in school, but sure, I guess. There's probably something you can replace it with, but let's see what else I gotta replace some. Algebra 2. I would have trashed that course immediately. Algebra 2 was probably one of the biggest wastes of times I've ever seen in a course. It was probably one of the most pointless courses I've ever seen. Geometry made it look... Even geometry I thought was actually kind of practical at some point. It is not. Actually, math in itself isn't even that extremely practical. As much as people want to think it is, it really isn't. Basic, sure, basic mathematics. Yes, but anything above, like, algebra itself is probably kind of pointless, to be honest here. Anything algebra based isn't even really that practical. It's very abstract, and it's not even really, like, used by things in general. Like, I mean, something can be abstract, but can be useful, but I'd say, like, very few things are actually very practical from a career standpoint and even just a life standpoint. Like, religion is actually very practical because you get to learn about, like, belief systems and stuff like that you can apply to your life, principles. That's more practical than mathematics, as much as people don't want to believe that, ironically. Um, maybe they should check their own belief system on that one. Um, as much as people don't want to, it can be useful for self-growth. I'm not gonna lie, I kind of wish I was forced into learning an instrument, to be honest with you. I'd have probably enjoyed it if I was forced into it, like if I was required to learn an instrument. I'm not saying I regret not doing an instrument, but at the same time, it's like, I do wish I was less stubborn at that time to learn one. It'd probably spark some interest, like, say, for example, doing percussion or whatever. I wonder how many people would tell me, well, I wonder how many people would, like, completely try to, like, throw off what I say about saying religion is more practical than mathematics. I wonder how many people, from a life standpoint at least. Not from a career standpoint, definitely not. But from a life standpoint itself, self-improvement standpoint, religion is far more important than mathematics. Unless you say like self-improvement includes career, then I guess you could say mathematics. But from a pure self-improvement and or like perspective standpoint, then yes, religion is definitely primarily more important. Yeah, exactly. It's to help bring out perspectives, different perspectives to other people instead of just, you know, looking at. And this is where this is also this would help the US specifically because the media is very prevalent and people only look at what's socially acceptable. So if more perspectives were brought into it, then people could you know, be more understanding instead of just taking the nearest, you know, social norm and just adopting it immediately. I mean, I'd say all societies kind of have this problem, but it's like, you know, it's pretty much like one of the primary problems in the US, which inhibits critical thinking if you think about it as well. What's up, TGK? Yeah, I don't remember that name to be honest here. I know there was another Oblivion name, but I don't remember that name specifically. That was a different person though, for sure. A different tag. That's pretty cool actually. That's pretty cool actually. I bet the US would be like the US would be like, "Oh yeah, you have to get a membership every single month to pay." They'd have to have like paid sessions or something like that in the US. I wouldn't be surprised. If that situation happened, they would do paid sessions, I'm fairly certain. I really doubt the US is really that generous unless it's like I guess if it's a really small school, like a really small one, and isn't as, you know, money driven, which is probably extremely rare to be honest with you, but you know, probably extremely rare. Kind of wish our school kind of had that, but I really doubt they would do it for free. I would be genuinely shocked if they did it for free. Actually, you know what? They did do a welding school. I think it was like UTI or something like that. It's like University of Technical Institute or something like that. That they spoke like at welding or something like that. But there haven't been um, that many what's it called people that actually go out there and interview. I think there was another one. I don't remember though. Oh god, close to 50%. Yeah, that was way back. I'm almost done. I'm at like 95%. Came back like almost right before I'm probably gonna blow up again, potentially at least. Yeah, I'm gonna do the nether in the end. That is hoping it blows up. There's not a 100% chance, but I don't think there's actually even a low chance either though. So I think there's actually a pretty high chance of it blowing up again. All those people who left, probably gonna come back. Most likely, at least. At least a good amount of the people. This thing is finally over. Dang, I really wish they had that actually at our school. I'd enjoyed that quite a bit actually. You know, I'm fairly certain somebody's probably gonna make a TikTok of this anyway. What's up, Brian? What point does it stop? It stops whenever it's done, which will be in probably 2 months or so, since this is a legacy world. Also, somebody's probably gonna make a TikTok, to be honest with you. I think I'm gonna let everybody else advertise it, let's be honest. People will make it happen. People have made it happen in the past, and they're probably gonna make it happen again. It's happened again. It's actually happened twice, no, 3 times already. So, fairly certain people will make it happen. Not saying I can't like make a clip of the final part of the video, but let's be honest with you, people are gonna make a clip about it anyway. Like, they're gonna record the final clip of this project. Like, I'm almost guaranteeing it actually. People do it to bigger projects like this all the time. Maybe not this big of a project, but they definitely will. If they do it from a smaller project, then I'm fairly certain they're gonna do it for this project. Especially since this is gonna be a once-in-a-lifetime or potentially once-in-a-lifetime project. So I almost have like almost 100% certainty that this project will never happen again, to be honest. I really don't think it will happen again. Unless Sword King bucks up or somebody's just as insane to do this project. It is really weird, I'm not gonna lie. Like, I can't deny it's gonna be really odd actually finishing this project. Because instead of looking at gray the entire time, I'm gonna be looking at red. Looking at gray stone for hours and hours on end. Red is where it, well, I'm gonna be looking at for the next couple 100 hours. Maybe a little bit of yellow, but mainly red. When I get to the nether. kind of the same for me. If I don't really care that much about something, I'm probably just not going to be good at it. If I actually care about something, yeah, I'll be pretty good at it, probably. Very similar, actually. It's just not putting in that effort, to be honest. If the effort's even really worth it, to be honest, dude. It depends. It is still weird thinking about this will be the first time the entire world will be mined out. There's a lot of few realizations I didn't entirely realize. Did you know that lava and or water will be completely evaporated from my world? And then once I get rid of the nether will be completely evaporated from my world as well. And then I have no way to get to the nether after that. If I break another portal and get rid of all the man-made lava that I've had, um, not man-made lava, but man-placed lava, or man-made water, um, the nether will be impossible to reach if I got rid of all the nether portals in the world. So pretty much, if I got rid of every single man-made water source, and I got rid of every single man-placed lava source, and broke every single nether portal, it would actually be impossible for me to get to the nether. Just to fully clarify and explain it in, you know, not as messy detail. The only thing I can do is go to the end. That's it. No way for me to access either one. No way for me to access anything else. The only thing I can access is the end. There's no way I can build anything. I can't build any farms because I don't have any water. The only thing I can really make are mob farm, like mob grinders in the nether, or I mean in the end and the overworld, and I think that's it. Or animal farms, I guess, because I could just place a bunch of grass everywhere if I wanted to. Because, you know, I thought for a second, I was like, okay, maybe I do have access to water. Because I thought the edge of the world, you could actually water bucket the edge of the world. You could not water bucket it. So there is literally no way to get water. Besides any water source that I've made. It's actually impossible. There's nothing on the edge of the world because it's only 1 block wide, so there's no water pockets in that area. There's nothing on the floor. is 1 layer. I think I'm gonna do 2 layers. Um, and then later on, I'll figure out if I can do another layer or something like that. I may try to get 3 layers done. 3 or 4 layers. Maybe 4 layers. I may split it up actually and do 2 layers and then do 2 layers later or something like that. Instead of trying to do 4 layers straight. I'm gonna see how far I can go though. It might be more beneficial for me to do it for 2 layers. I think I finally have a plan though, a future plan for stuff like career-wise. And basically the plan is try to get a tech support job. Even if I don't get one, that's okay, but try to get a tech support job and then oh really? That's pretty funny. It helps you be a little bit more conscious with what you do because it's so mind-numbing, but basically stick to a tech support job role or something like that when I move. And once I finish the nether in the end, I will go into sales or tech sales, I guess. That's pretty much the plan. Maybe. It's still kind of like up in the air, but I think by the time I finish by the time I finish the nether in the end, if I don't put this project on hiatus till I move or whatever, because I should finish it before I move, I don't really know though. Um, by the time I finish the nether in the end, I should have enough experience, like more job experience, where my resume doesn't look like garbage, and pretty much go into sales and have the sales training, obviously, or whatever. Because once I get a third job, I should be set. My resume shouldn't be um, trash after I get this job, or after I get a third job, because I could just put the 3 most current jobs, and I could get rid of, the discount, Sutherland's. I won't have any job gaps, because I don't have to put those after, I really shouldn't have to put those in, to be honest with you. After I get a third job. For a good amount of time, at least. But yeah, that's basically my plan. It might change, but I don't know yet, to be honest. That's pretty cool. Are you gonna be able to handle being an accountant? Especially with the pretty low attention span? Like, I'm not saying you won't be bad at it, I'm just saying, like, I'm not saying that like you probably can't do it. I'm maybe shocked. If you can do it, definitely mention how well you are as an accountant. But I don't know if you've thought about that or not, but just something to consider when it comes to job skill. Because I'm not saying that like people need to limit themselves based on their strengths, but there's also a point where if you're so bad with a job that it's like, is it really worth it to stay at that job if you're not even really good at it at all? Like, if your potential in that job isn't that good, then it's like there's not really, if you aren't even really using any strength at all, like any of your strengths, then is there really any point at that point? You know what I mean? Say the name. What's up, Luke? I am digging an entire world, basically. An entire legacy world. And I'm about 95% done. Or an entire, yeah, legacy classic size world, which is a world that's 862 by 862. Basically fulfilling a project by a guy named SwordKing090 that he started back in 2012. He took a hiatus in 2017. I basically took the torch, or passed the torch, onto myself technically. Because I wanted to see his project being done, so I decided to do it myself. So yeah, that's pretty much it. Small little short backstory. Yeah, like I'm not saying that like I'm at least put the effort into learning it, or at least try to learn it. I'm just saying like I just don't know how far somebody can go when it comes to weaknesses. Like how far can somebody actually go when it comes to turning their weaknesses outward? Yeah, like managing my own money is fine, but when you start getting into more of the professional way of doing things, that's when it starts to get, a bit tricky. And that's when certain skills, like psychological advantages, happen, or certain skills, or, certain qualities of the person start to be more apparent. Like, for example, programming is actually a good example. There's one point in like programming on your own, but like when you're programming entire software and stuff like that, that's when it's like, okay, certain strengths that people have are going to be more valuable and are more apparent to businesses than compared to say like if you're learning it on your own. It doesn't mean that the person who has those weaknesses can't do it. It's just, is it worth the effort to actually go into that field or area of study or skill to learn when they could do something that benefits them more and they might be more fulfilled or whatever. It could be anything, honestly. Not saying if you're bad at something you're gonna be less or more fulfilled than somebody you're good at, but most of the time usually you're gonna be more fulfilled at something you're actually good at. I mean, kind of makes sense, to be honest. Because the better you're at something, the more value you can provide to people, and the more value you provide to people, the more, or potentially the happier you are. I can't believe it. Oh, no, it didn't miss. What the heck? I can't believe I made that. I've actually mentioned that at some point about, like, I've always been very interested in finance, and I've always told people, like, my parents, stuff like that, about, like, they talk about how you can go into finance, should go into finance and, like, being a financial advisor, but it's like, um, I mean, I am okay at my, like, I'm okay at personal finance. It's when business finance starts to get a bit, I guess personal finance wouldn't be that bad, like, being a financial advisor, but at the same time, also, like, I'm not really that good at managing other people's money, but I'm better at my own. What the heck is a global list of reclamations? What is that? I know if I do the sales job, I'm gonna have to get comfortable and get good at managing the CRM software, which is basically just like, it's for customer relationship management software. I don't know if you've actually had to mess with that or not, but that's the only software that I can think of where managing. Or even then, I think it's okay though. Wait, what is it though? Like, what is a global list of reclamation? I could probably know what that means. I could probably know what it means if I actually know what reclamation means. Also, how was customer service? I'm actually considering doing customer service, to be honest with you. Not saying I won't do like tech support, but at least for like a backup, I kind of want to do something more people oriented, just to try it, honestly. I just want to know from somebody who has a very similar like personality or like very similar way of looking to things, how you fared in customer service. And how good is it in terms of long-term jobs? Because 6 months is actually a good amount of time to probably get a good idea of how it was. Especially since I'm going into sales, or attempting to go into sales. I'm not saying I'm gonna be good at it, but I think, cognitively speaking, I think the functions align to do sales. As much as people don't want to admit it, but I remember I used to not like, actually most of the time I mean, it was mainly my performance anxiety that was killing me, because I was too afraid to talk to people, like customer-wise. But, I mean, that was mainly because I just didn't know what to say at that time. I could have learned customer service, like cashier at a job that I had in Sutherland's. Or just one of the jobs that I had. I could have learned cashier, I just was too stubborn. Like, way too stubborn. Not surprisingly, considering that was probably one of the most stubborn times. I should have. Honestly, I think after sophomore year, I should have just let my stubbornness, what's up, closure? Yes, what's up, bread? Yeah, pretty much the goal is to mine a legacy world, an entire Minecraft console legacy world, which is 862 by 62. I had to specify the world size and type, because people always think this is Java for some reason. Actually, I kind of understand why, but still, even then. The map kind of gives it away, to be honest. How was the job, though, like, in terms of generally speaking? Like, was it super stressful, or, like... And I still have the nether in the end to do as well. Also, Rafi, what did you say? Like, what was your, not starting, like, your opener, I guess you could say, like, introduction, I guess. In a way. Like, what was your, what is that called? I guess it's just an introduction. What did you say? Because I know eventually you probably said the same thing over and over again, right? I'd imagine you eventually got into a routine of saying stuff. I kind of want to know just future stuff if I go into a customer service role. It'd also be kind of useful in sales, but mainly in customer service. I mean, I did a little bit of customer service, but it wasn't as... It was very upfront. I'd literally just go up to somebody and ask if they need help. No introductions, no nothing. It's a little bit different than a phone call or whatever. Haven't I considered how many blocks I've walked doing this project? Considering I walk every 2 blocks, it would take me... I would have walked around 40... No. So if it's 48 million, or 45 million, about 22 million blocks. Just walking. It's the looks, really. I mean, the UI kind of looks like Java, so... Somewhat. Like the color palette, stuff like that. It's just first impression, to be honest. People usually just make assumptions about the version that I'm in. Some people even think this is Bedrock, which I don't. I just don't understand that one actually. I just don't understand where people even like think that this is even Bedrock. I'm guessing like it's even in the title. I even put Legacy in the title. PS4 Legacy. Go to the supervisor. All right. Because I know if I do the sales job, I'm gonna have to make phone calls. So, like cold calling specifically. I think. I don't see the point in cold calling when there's cold emailing, and emailing I think would be more effective and not waste people's time. Yeah, the job, like the Bedrock doesn't even look close to this version. The good thing about being in the sales role that I'm going into, it's business to business, so it's not like it's not gonna be there aren't gonna be as many people, you know, cussing out or getting mad at you for something. They're not really going to do, they're not gonna like express their problems to you. You have to find their problems and express it to them. It's kind of weird. It's like you're the reverse. It's like you're basically the customer in a way. You're like putting yourself in the customer's shoes and explaining why their problem is bad. It's actually pretty cool of a like model of like the way to do it. You're like expressing, hey, you need help with insert whatever it is, and then like boom. You're more of a support. You're more or less a support person more than actually like selling, and or you're not really a service person. It's kind of a weird mixture of those with both of those. I wish I'd have a mentor eventually. I want a mentor in a job for once. I just get management or I just get thrown into the fire. It's really annoying. I would like to have a manager for once, or a mentor. No, not manager. Well, I mean, to be fair, a manager probably would be a mentor, but for once, actually have some form of mentor. I wish I had a mentor discount. I probably would have been actually okay. Because, you know, the person who I had wasn't really much of a mentor. He was just like, okay, yeah, I'm just gonna do everything for you, or I'm just gonna let you fail and then get mad, and then, you know, expect me to learn expect me to learn stuff, even though it's like, yeah, whatever. I'm not going into that. You know, I've been hung in the air so many times at this point. I'm actually at this point where I don't even really like almost care. I kind of just want to take it in my own hands at this point. But fortunately, if I go into sales, there's a training program that I'm going into that they have internships. Like they partner with companies and give you an internship. So at least there's that, which internships are actually pretty nice pay. It's like $15 to $20 an hour. That's pretty nice considering most jobs that I'm probably gonna go to recently are gonna be less than that. So yeah, it's I think it's gonna be a pretty nice career path because it's like I get training and mentorship, or internship in this case. Internship, I get training, high skill ceiling, simple concepts. It's really just gonna be my skill in talking to people and helping them problem solve. Yeah, it seems pretty nice, and I get to work my own. So like, if somehow we have a bunch of trips or something like that, or I have something to do, I could be like, okay, well, I'll just schedule it on a different day and just not work. Doesn't matter. Doesn't matter. Wait, what do you mean give you what you want? I'm not too sure what you mean by that. Are you talking about like being more direct? Or so you just have to be as empathetic as possible. That's basically it. You just have to be super empathetic towards people's problems. Is that basically it? You have to literally just go pure empathy mode at that point. Um, I actually don't know how much gravel I've mined. I know by the end of this, it'll be over 1,000,000, or at least almost 1,000,000. It'll be like 900K or something like that. The only reason I know that is because I have a community post. Also, I'm just gonna mention that's very similar to the sales jobs, in terms of killing with kindness, or it's more like killing with problem solving. I guess a better way of saying it. Killing with questions. That's sales, honestly. You're questioning them to death to understand their problem. Which I guess that'd be the same thing as customer service in certain cases, because you're trying to understand why they're having a problem. I'm guessing, in a lot of cases, especially if they're mad. Which, to be fair, the questions are to be more kind to the person, because the more questions you ask, the more you can help people, the more effective your help is. So apparently, so I did make a community post about MC Edit, and I MC edited this entire world. Like I block analyzed the world with the tool of MC Edit to analyze the entire world. So I basically took the PS3 world, or I took a PS3 world. I used the exact same seed. Took a PS3 world, converted it to Java using the universal Minecraft converter, and I turned that world into a tool. I turned that world from a 1.17.2 or something like that to a 1.12.1, and then I put it into MC Edit. Let me tell you, it took a while to find what tool I needed for that one. So yeah, I think that would be very important to have a support role, like a technical support role, just because um, you know, I'm glad I can remember this stuff though because of the psychology. The psychology helps a lot. I'm just saying for understanding why you need to be helpful or why you need to ask questions in certain ways to be uh more helpful in certain situations, or why you need to show appreciation. Like I'm reading this book, How to Win Friends and Influence People by Dale Carnegie. Um, it's basically just a book that shows like it's different principles of how people work and why people work in certain ways. Like raising people's self-esteem, don't criticize people, understand people's situation, and basically convert their thinking to yours in a way. You're basically making them think more about their situation, or thinking you're basically saying like, hey, you may want to think about this. You question them constantly, and that you're ultimately helping them with their thinking in a way. You're helping them. Yeah, you're just helping them think clearly about their own ideas and bring in your information into yours. So, like for example, if I did a sales role, like if I did a email, if I said something like, "Hey, do you want? Hey, do you have a problem with insert whatever it is? If you have any problems with that, call me back on whatever, blah 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 blah, something like that." Something along the lines of that. So you're like, hey, questioning them on, okay, do you have a problem with this or this or this? So you're trying to help them with the problem, and then you're building intrigue in a way as well, simultaneously, which is also another principle in helping people, because people want to be intrigued, people want to be wanted, or people want to I guess people want to want things, I guess is a better way of saying it. Yeah, it's that was also another thing, is raising self-esteem. So like calling people by their names apparently raises people's self-esteem because people put their name, their self-worth into their name. Not everybody, but majority of people naturally will, because it's their own name. It's their, that makes them more important. I do not have an XP farm. I use the Ender Dragon. You can use mock-up, but I mean, yeah, I may do mock-up emails and just because the thing is with sales, you have to research each company individually, and actually make an own dedicated email to each of the companies. It takes a lot longer, and people love the automation of just doing templates, but those don't convert nearly as well. I mean, how many spam emails would you get? How many promotional items and like emails would you just throw into spam? I mean, it's the same thing. Promotional or just regular, just inbox emails that you just throw away because it's like, oh, that looks like every other email. You basically have to stand out to intrigue them, while simultaneously helping them while raising their self-esteem, which I don't know how you would do that except for like maybe saying their name or something like that. So you'd have to pinpoint, basically question their own problems. I guess that's like the ultimate way. Because if you question their own problems, you make them want to be intrigued by the question. Because it's like, oh, this person's putting a lot of effort. They're actually trying to help me, in a way. They're making my business feel important, or the person I'm working for more important. So after I finish this project, I'm doing the nether in the end. Quality over quantity, though, when it comes to those jobs, apparently. They convert far more. Which is what I like about it, actually. I try to do both, actually. I try to have quantity, but also try to keep quality. But yeah, it's something, a big problem I think people have with the sales industry that I've seen is people always focus on on quantity, and just get as many emails out as possible to people instead of actually focusing on converting properly, like more conversions, purely by questioning their problems. Because it's like, if you don't target the person's problems, then you're not selling anything. You're not really building intrigue into people. You're not building people's self-esteem. You're not actually helping anybody, really. I mean, you may intentionally want to help somebody, but it's not about what you want. It's about what the other person wants. And you have to figure out if they actually want that thing or not. If they don't want it, then it's like, then there's no point. But if you can build intrigue into it, then you could be fine. It's pretty interesting. Yeah, exactly. If you're not selling what they need, if you're not actually going out of your way to find a problem, um, that person has something they may need to solve or want to solve, actually. If you're not building the intrigue to help somebody solve a problem, or maybe clarifying a certain problem they may actually have that they don't even realize is a problem, then it just won't work. If you do it the other way, you'll just be like everybody else. This is why a lot of people have problems with like email templates and stuff like that. Template emails. There's also a name for them. I forgot what it's called. There's a specific name for them. But it's kind of weird. Now that's where the craft comes in, though. It's like, how do you do it, though? Like, where does the craft come from? That's what I'm really intrigued by. I'm really intrigued by like patterns or ways of scripting messages in a way. I guess it's kind of a script. Of how to help somebody. That's where real selling comes in. That's where the skill cap of selling is so high. It's like, where is that like amazing message really come to? Like, where does it like, what's the best message you could send to insert whatever person or whatever type of person or whatever problem you're trying to sell? That's where the interest, at least for me, that's where what's intriguing about sales. It's such a simple concept, but it has such a high skill ceiling and such a high growth ceiling that it's just insane, honestly. And it's one of the most, it's arguably, it probably is the most powerful skill in the entire world, so it's transferable to everything, honestly, so just, it's pretty interesting. One of the reasons why I'm getting it, want to get into sales at some point. Because it's like, you can be good at selling something, but are you good at, like, helping somebody, like, are you good at, I mean, you can sell, like, say for example, there's that weird, not weird, but it's like what's it called, general thing where it's like, sell me this pin, for example. I've probably seen that before. But it's like, okay, yeah, you can sell somebody a pin, but will they actually buy it? Like, is it actually helping them? Like, will they actually buy it? Like, it's one of those things where it's like, you can be good at selling something, but if you're not actually helping them, if you're not actually helping them with the problem, then they probably won't actually buy, or they'll never buy again, I guess. Because there's some companies that get screwed over because sales members or representatives will sell anything, will lie about features of their product just to get the sale. But the problem is it's not really building that relationship with that person. Because once they try to do it, it may break one of their systems or something like that. Then guess what? You never get that lead back again. That's where the building relationships, because the longer you have that relationship with the person, you the more money you can get from that person, and the better sales you get, the more loyal you have, the more loyal the customer, the more money you can get from one person instead of just doing the one-offs. Um, I don't know what I'm doing. I don't know why I thought this was, I was going to the Ender Dragon, but Oh, Jesus. I'm trying to comprehend that sentence you had. The last bit of it, actually. Yeah, it's one of the things I like about sales though. It's like it's such a simple concept, but like the execution seems pretty high. Like the skill ceiling of it just seems so high that it's pretty intriguing. I don't know, something so simple, but it's like so powerful at the same time. That's what I really like about it. It's so simple, but yet so powerful, and it's such a high skill ceiling, and such a high growth ceiling too. Because you get to, it's based on performance, which what I like actually. Jobs like that based on performance is pretty nice. I mean, considering I played rhythm games, it would fit pretty well actually in that case because of performance. Always about the performance. So if I wanted to put 60 hours a week, I could put 6 a week, but if I wanted to only put like 30 hours, I technically could. If I wanted to, obviously. If I wanted to put that many hours into it. It's just that nice freedom of choice to be able to do one or the other. It's so nice. Combined with the very linear growth path, a very direct growth path, seems pretty nice. And you can actually rank up very quickly. Like rank up your status, I guess. Your not really status, just your position very quickly because of based on your performance. But that's what I like about it. It's that performance driven. A lot of other jobs, you could perform as well as you can, but guess what? You're going to be paid the same regardless. But sales, you get paid based on your performance, which, I mean, somebody who likes performance so much and can perform extremely well if I actually give it enough effort, it's very beneficial in that way. For me. And you can also do it remotely, oddly enough. That's pretty good. I may actually get a retail job for something like that, or like customer service job. Just for the aspect of talking to people and getting comfortable talking. Because thing is, if I can get comfortable with asking questions, it should make the sales job not a breeze, but it should make it at least the stepping stone much easier. At least. It should make that, I mean, even tech support. If I can get a tech support, that would be win-win. Because I get to stay in IT, and I get, obviously I get higher pay as well, and I get customer support, but experience. But that's pretty much what I want, honestly. Because literally the only difference between sales and customer service is that you're actually just going out of your way to solve other people's problems, while people go directly to you so you can solve their problems in a way. That's literally, I'm pretty sure that's pretty much the only main difference. I mean, obviously it depends on the sales process that you're working on. So like each role has their own sales process. So like, for example, if I started in sales, I would start with trying to gather clients. And then after a long time, once I get, after past the SDR, which is a sales development role, or a business development role even, which is entry level, you can go account executive and do the second half of the sales process, which is not just getting leads, but also, or getting people to buy, it's closing deals and actually selling them on the offer. Because the thing is, well, I mean, that sounds like a pretty easy job, because it's like if you already convince somebody to buy, they're probably gonna buy, even like regardless anyway. So it's like closing, I don't think sounds like a bad idea, like sounds that bad, except for the negotiations. But let's be honest, most people are gonna negotiate if your product is that good. That's pretty good. That's way better than the, the jobs I had where they like, I basically get condoned for asking questions. Actually, it wasn't that bad in the lineman job. I just didn't bother asking questions. I could have said the same thing for the discount job though, but I've gotten better at questioning, I guess you could say. Like I definitely have, like without fear. I've definitely gotten better at questioning, for sure. What's up, Joanna? How the heck did that miss? Yep, pretty much... That's pretty much how I was treated at discount, at least by one of the people. I'm pretty sure everybody else would be open to questioning, but the dude, of course, the one dude that was actually over me. I don't know, the expectations of that dude, I just don't understand it, like... That guy really expected me to be this hotshot, didn't he? Now, don't get me wrong, I did kind of present myself because of my pride, like the performance anxiety kind of comes off that way, by the way, I'm just gonna point that out. It can come off very hotshot-ish, I guess you could say, like very talkative-ish, but yeah. It's even then, even if you don't account for that, it's still, the expectations were still kind of ridiculous, to be honest. Especially with my resume. don't know why I just killed the Ender Dragon. I have to... Whatever. You know what? Just ignore the fact that I just killed the Ender Dragon for almost no reason. I don't know why I even considered killing the Ender Dragon. You know, I should have taken the time to get mending on my axe, but whatever. Whatever, I get free experience. It doesn't matter. I kind of need this experience anyways. I mean, I guess it's a good thing. Oh, I know what I was gonna do. I for some reason thought I was going to the Ender Dragon. I had to go to the, Yeah, I mean, you're gonna be slower in the first... You should have seen how slow I was at the job now. The first month or two, even. I only started going fast when I actually had some confidence. I guess, to be fair though, in this job though, I'm really glad, and if I do, like tech support, not tech support, sales job, you can go as fast as you want, thank God. I don't have to deal with the stress of, the only stress I'll have are deadlines, or not deadlines, quotas, which are pretty much money deadlines, to be honest. But that's the only deadlines. There aren't like, and there isn't really any pressure, like truly any pressure. I mean, usually most people who have pressure and stuff like that usually just think about it constantly. They think about the money more than actually like the job itself. The problem is there's a lot of jobs where it's just the job itself is pressuring and not the, you know, the deadline itself, if you know what I mean. I could be totally wrong on that, but yeah, it shouldn't be much of a surprise, to be honest. I mean, unless you learn really fast and you have a lot of confidence, but it's like the only time. Now, I guess in this new job, though, I'll have a little bit more confidence. Actually, after having this job that I've had recently, I'll at least have some confidence, so I won't be, like, too afraid of, like, underperforming, if you know what I mean? Because there's also the underperformance, because, I mean, I can overperform by meaning that I'm not ready for the job, but I think I am, but I'd rather underperform and then overperform, or underperform first, and then perform properly later, or whatever, or, you know, something like that. But I'm also trying to be as real as possible. I'm trying to not focus on performance and focus on learning, which is what I'm trying to do. I'm trying to not care as much about performance itself and just care about the process of learning, like going on a journey in a way. That's it. Like, I don't really care about performance. Performance will come out later once I actually learn the job. If I focus too much on performing, then I'm not actually learning. Which is what I'm going to do with the sales job, which I already have a good amount of, you know, not training, but like knowledge, stuff like that. But that all comes down to putting in the effort, to be honest. It all stems back to effort, more than anything. If you can put in the effort to learn, then performance will come later, because it's an output. I mean, there's a reason it's an output function. Why that function is an output. I'm not gonna lie, the pace that you can go at though can be changed. It's always kind of weird when you think about like the pacing that people actually learn. I think people underestimate how fast they can actually learn stuff if they actually try and or like put in the effort. Like the more effort you can get into it, the more you can maximize your potential of learning. Fortunately though, people usually don't maximize it. Actually, well, wouldn't say wouldn't maximize, but they at least put in some effort. But I think people underestimate how fast they can actually learn under good circumstances. Unfortunately, though, people usually let the pressure get to them, like myself, when it comes to learning. So it's like if you just dismiss pressure entirely and just focus on learning, you'll be fine. But unfortunately, I think that's where a lot of people fail with sales, actually. It's that right there, is the fact that they focus too much on the fact that they have a quota they need to do, and if they don't hit it, then they're fired or whatever. That's when the dismissive performance needs to, or the dismiss or the worry of might be able to, might not perform well, I guess. That it literally just comes down to practice and or effort. Actually, technically both. Practice, the diligence of performing, or the diligence of putting in effort, I guess. Something like that. Actually, it's more like putting in the effort to learn it and then having the diligence to actually perform. Because like you can have the diligence to you can have all the diligence, but if you don't put in the effort to learn it, then there's no point. You'll just the diligence won't show, I guess you could say. The only way to show your diligence is by being able to perform in front of other people. But the only way to have some form of diligence is by or show diligence. The showing of diligence is by putting in the effort originally. It's preparation. Like, for example, I'm extremely diligent at the job that I have right now. Like, extremely. I might be literally the most diligent person at work. Like, actually, the most diligent person for work. But I wouldn't be able to utilize that form of, that amount of diligence if I didn't put in effort originally. You know what I mean? Like, you can't really have one without the other. Actually, well, no, you can. You can have a lot of effort, but no diligence. But you can't really have a lot of diligence without effort. As weird as that sounds. It's kind of a painful way to learn it, but I definitely did learn it the hard way for sure. God dang it. I didn't expect that to actually happen. There we go. You can put in effort in something, but if you aren't diligent, then you just won't perform. That's where real diligence comes from. Or real performance is diligence. But it just won't work if you don't put in the effort originally. Yeah, that's something I'm gonna have to work on. I think I'm fine though. I think I know how to raise my voice and lower it. It's not that bad, to be honest with you. After a while, starting to get used to it, to be honest, especially at work. I think I just need to not think about how my voice sounds. I think I just need to, talk normally, or talk like how I usually talk, like an average tone. Also, I need to change being not monotone, which actually isn't that hard. I've definitely done it before. Even right now, I'm technically not even really that monotone, if you know what I mean. Like, I'm constantly changing it. Pretty consistently, at least. I don't know, though. I mean, I'm always going to sound somewhat robotic because of, logic, but in terms of the tone itself, it should hopefully change over time. Especially if I'm helping somebody. Of course, your tone is going to change a little bit if you're helping somebody, so it's like, it doesn't matter that much. Oh, they barely understand you. That's pretty funny. I'd imagine something like that's going to happen to me. Yeah, no, I'd imagine muscle memory is going to take over eventually. Like, I should be able to get good enough, like, at a routine, or figure out enough ways of doing things, and I'll eventually figure out how to talk and certain ways to talk, certain stuff like that. Now, dealing with rejection's going to be kind of interesting because of, having fear of rejection. That's pretty interesting. It'll help with the fear of rejection, actually. Actually, I shouldn't fear rejection if I have, my performance anxiety isn't there. If it's not there, then I should be okay. Like, the voice I'm talking to you right now is actually probably the voice I would use. Obviously, tone changes would, my tone should change a little bit, but this is pretty close to how I should sound, at least volume-wise. I'm actually probably talking even louder than I should in some cases. But I'm not too sure yet. I just need to speak slower if I'm talking to somebody, which I kind of have to, though, because it's like, I don't unless it's something I, like, really understand, then I'll talk fast. But if it's something I don't entirely understand, I'm trying to get more information, then I'll talk really slow, to be honest. Maybe I give myself a little bit too much time to talk, to be honest with you, sometimes. I think the robotic voice is fine. I think it just needs to be slowed down, if you know what I mean. Like, I I think robotic voice is fine because you can't always change your tone. I mean, I've seen salespeople, like if you've always seen the classic people trying to sell you stuff, they actually have a pretty robotic voice. It's just slightly higher tone. Like the tone is just higher, but it's consistently high. It's like the same voice, you know. I've actually thought about the fact that, I don't know. I definitely try, though, to increase my volume. Which is good, actually, because if I'm talking to you like this, it'll get me pretty comfortable with talking to people I don't really know that well. That's actually another thing I thought about with this voice, like with streaming, is it helps with communicating with people that I don't really understand. I think just breaking up the way I talk about things helps a lot, which that usually involves extra thinking, which is fine, honestly, I don't really mind it. Like actually putting a space between each sentence that I say. Like right now, actually, as I'm talking to you. I think I just need to breathe in between each sentence, or not each sentence, but more often. Because if I don't breathe, then the tone of voice gets slower, or not slower. The tone, it gets, what's it called? It starts mellowing out. That's a good way of saying it. It starts becoming more monotone the faster I talk. And it becomes a bit lazy. And I just get lazier with the way I speak. And I've noticed raising my voice actually helps with when I'm talking and I have to think more. Actually, I'm technically thinking less in a way. I do the same thing. I don't actually like pay attention to what they're doing. Like, what I mean by that is I don't pay attention that much. I kind of feel like I'm just staring at them constantly. It's so weird. Which is actually one of the reasons why I don't like face-to-face, or I used to not like face-to-face. I thought I understood. I thought everybody that I just talked to or faced to, I thought they would just get uncomfortable because of me just staring. But it's actually okay. What's up, Mala? I don't know how to say that. It's actually okay, because everybody, you're kind of expected to stare, to be honest with you. Now, the smiling thing I also have to do as well, because one of the principles in the book that I'm reading is literally just called smile. Which, that is something I definitely do if I actually do a face-to-face sales conversation, or one of my fellow representatives, or managers, or account executives. That's something I do have to work on, is like forcing myself to be a little bit more lively. Not saying I can't be lively, but the problem is I'm like 1 or the 100. It's 0 or 100. I'm either like really lively or I'm like not lively at all, which is hard to do. It's hard to be that nice little mixture. Of like happiness, I guess you could say, which I've heard there's a great way there's actually a great way to be happy around people. As weird as this sounds, or even having to find a solution for this, but in terms of being around people better, like being more comfortable with people and not making them uncomfortable or brightening the mood, I guess, better way of saying it. There's two ways. So, okay, one is being grateful for things. Literally just being happy for, like, basically being alive. You basically constantly be grateful for things. That's one. Second thing is, this is probably the most powerful one, is being interested in the other person. That's a really interesting way to think about it, because it's like, if you are interested in the other person, it makes you happy because you're interested in the other person. If you're interested in the other person, it makes the other person happy, if you think about it. It's a very interesting way to look at it. So it's basically show gratitude, or not show gratitude, it's be grateful for your situation and be intrigued, or not be intrigued, yeah, and be intrigued by the other person. Because if you're intrigued by the other person, you're more likely to talk friendly to them. Because here's the thing, like, if you're intrigued by something, have you noticed your tone changes when you talk about something you actually like or you are interested in? That's the same way you can approach people, if you know what I mean. Like, it's a very interesting way to look at it, and it's definitely something I'm going to apply, especially for somebody who's literally just pure interest, pure intrigue. So I'm probably gonna eat soon. I don't know when I'm actually going to, but maybe like 20, 30 minutes or something. Never mind. I think I'll be good. I've noticed that once I started making that mind map, being intrigued by subjects in general, I've noticed that, like, I have this weird point of view now with, like, learning about subjects and stuff like that. Being more inquisitive about the subjects and, in general, about new subjects or new ways of thinking about the subjects. Now, I'm pretty sure I can apply the same thing to people. I'm fairly certain. If I can intrigue myself with subjects that even don't even relate to me, then I'm pretty sure I can intrigue myself with people and have that exact same mentality and have a better perspective. This is like truly how to gain perspective on other people. Because if you're intrigued by other people, that means you could be more you're more likely to ask questions about the person because you're more interested in the person. Similar to subjects, if people got more interested in learning new subjects or just learning in general, they'll ask more questions, and their like spark of curiosity will start flourishing, I guess. I don't know, that's a pretty interesting way to look at it for me, at least. And then people will start being a lot more humble, and then you get this form of innocent humble that many people need, to be honest with you. Yeah, like that's actually a great way to do it. Even if you don't like something, I've done that quite often. I did that without even realizing it to certain things. Like, perfect example is actually like that. Like my family or something like that watching a movie. I mean, if they ask me to watch it, I might as well watch. I mean, I used to be very stubborn with that, but recently I've gotten way better with it. Past couple of years with being interested in a movie, like forcing myself to be interested in a movie. For example, me and or friends, like my friends had a group of, they decided to make some kind of like, basically a guy night where we went to stores and then watched a movie later. I didn't really care for the movie, but I forced myself to be interested in it just for curiosity's sake. It was a movie I didn't care about at all, but it was actually a pretty interesting movie. It's like I mined the interest from the movie in a way. Like, I forced myself to intrigue myself into the movie and made myself intrigued by it, which made me potentially more curious about the movie or that general subject. That's exactly why I'm building this mind map. The more subjects I get into, the more curious I am about that subject in general, and it builds like intrigue within, say, mechanics or technology, or even something like medicine, even history, geography, culture, religion, all those like humanities, stuff like that. I usually do find enjoyment. That's the weird part. Even though I'm not even interested in it, there's always something I can find intriguing about it. I don't know. It's like almost unrelenting optimism, which is a strategy I'm gonna use in the job. I just have to get over the performance anxiety in terms of looks. Like if I could just not think about like the way I look, or which that just takes a while to get good at, like making myself look presentable. Because if I can make myself presentable, then I'll be fine. But that's the main issue I have. Also, not looking awkward as well. Not thinking about that, but I just need to get over the fact that if I'm staring at somebody, they won't take it as me staring at them, and I'm just looking at them. I think I just need to get over that. Like how you said you were staring into that person's, staring a hole into them, basically. That's basically what I need to get over. The fact that staring is okay. You just have to, at least staring in the sense of like small talk or conversating with some people. But yeah, it's a bit weird. The thing is, if you find intrigue in it, like if you force yourself to be intrigued by it, you'll find intrigue, and you spark their intrigue as well, which automatically makes you more likable. It helps you influence other people, or influence you potentially in the future. Because there's the thing, we want so badly to other people to find intrigue in what we do, but if we're not, how is it fair to find intrigue in something, or try to get other people to find intrigue in what you're doing when you won't even find intrigue in what other people are doing? How are you gonna do that if you won't even go out of your way to be open to intriguing yourself to other people's intrigues? Sounds really weird. Or desires, or wants, or passions, or whatever. That's pretty cool. I mean, for example, like, one of my, I think, uncles, I don't actually know what his relative is to me, to be honest with you. I'm pretty sure uncle, on my dad's side, yeah, I'm fairly certain on that, actually. They gave me a little painting that, one of my past relatives, or one of my relatives passed away a while back. Nobody that's, like, very significant. I mean, it was still sad, but it was like, it was still, it was still a thing that happened. But uh, it was a painting that she did every single day for like an entire summer or something like that. Now, was I interested in this painting at all? Not really. But the thing is, I could appreciate it, and it was a pretty interesting. To be fair, it was somewhat interesting to look at, but that was the other point. Um, it was pretty intriguing to look at, and seeing how much work people actually put into paintings, that was also pretty intriguing, and I could appreciate it really well because of that. And also being in art helped a lot as well. It helped drive the point home of appreciation. And that's another reason why I'm getting into stuff like, you know, the subjects and stuff like that. It's because if like somebody does something inside of a subject, or they do something really cool, then I can appreciate it. I never say somebody's talented at someone. I always ask, how much work did you put into this? I always look at the work that people do. I don't look at who they are, I look into what they did. At least if they do something significant, that is, or they do something cool, or whatever. Similar to this project, where a lot of people misjudge this project because of their own ignorance of information, which I don't blame them, but at the same time, it is kind of like, man, like, what are you doing judging this person for, like, you know, your lack of appreciation for the project? Because if people actually really understood this project, they could actually appreciate it and understand it well, or understand people's motives behind it, or understand my motives behind it, and stuff like that, and appreciate the insanity that this project actually is. But people want to just misjudge it because of their lack of asking questions, or their lack of interest in the other person's intrigues or their passions. I think it was great. Was it great grandma? No, I think it was just my grandma on my dad's side. I'm fairly certain that passed away. I mean, my dad's side was very sketch though anyway, so I mean, yeah. Not even gonna get into that because that's kind of crazy stuff. But yeah, it's like people are misjudging other people. I mean, this is why criticism doesn't really matter that much, or it's not valuable, because it's like if you criticize somebody directly, I mean, I could talk what I think on the stream. It doesn't matter, because it's like I'm not directing it to anybody. I'm just telling what I think a lot of the times, and I can suggest stuff, like give advice, but that's a little bit different than giving criticism, because criticism is literally just directly challenging another person's thinking with your own thinking, instead of understanding the other person's thinking directly. Because if you think about it, understanding other people, being open-minded, is almost like using other people's thinking as a weapon against them. You're deflecting their own thinking against their own thinking. Where does it sound? And you're injecting new information to them. It's also a great way to humiliate. I mean, you can humiliate. It can be used for humiliation, but it's more like humbling. That's like the fastest way to humble somebody, is by questioning them to death. I mean, it's called, I think it's Socrates' method. It's basically always question first, which is what being open-minded does. Because criticism just puts people on the defensive. Age also makes a difference with passing away. Like, my grandpa passed away when I was like, what, like 11? But I didn't really think about it at all, because I was only 11. yeah, it's just one of those things where it's like criticism just doesn't do anything really. It's invaluable. Ultimately, at least long term, it's invaluable. Questioning will hit home far more than hit far harder than criticism. Because the thing about questioning is that, or the problem with criticism is you're expecting the other person to listen, but that expectation is kind of your own fault, actually, most of the time. If you're expecting people to listen to you, having that expectation of listening, because you want other people to listen to you, you expect other people to listen, or I mean, actually, it's more like, it's not really a fair thing. It's similar to the desired thing. You expect other people to like what you do, or like your passions or something like that. Respect your passions. It's similar to the criticism. It's like you expect other people to listen to you, but you won't listen to other people. Yeah, I'd imagine, honestly. I'd imagine how hard that actually hits. I fortunately haven't had that happen yet, but it probably will happen sometime in the future. I just don't know when. And I know how painful it's actually going to be. As much as I don't think it may not be that as much as I may not think it will be that painful, it probably will be painful regardless. As much as I believe it won't be, probably will. Even if I don't even spend that much time with the person, it will probably still hit pretty hard, to be honest. Mainly because of the understanding of not seeing them again, really. Like, not being able to see them again. That's, like, the biggest thing. That's, like, no matter how much I believe, like, how much I don't really have much of a connection with that person, the fact that the fundamental truth that I won't see them again is, like, that's the part that really hits hard, honestly, just regardless of my relationship with that person, honestly. But the closer it gets, obviously, it gets exponentially more painful the closer you get to your relatives or people that you love or whatever. That's like the fundamental truth that that always hits hard. That's actually quite surprising. Usually, you know, funerals usually just paint people perfect people. Or like they only talk about good things most of the time. That's pretty cool that they actually talked about the bad things. I know people don't like hearing bad things, but I think it's always good to hear the good and bad in people. I'm pretty sure a good. The thing is, a lot of people say that, but because of their beliefs and the image they already gave that person to begin with, it's hard for people to actually accept that, accept the bad things because they can't, because they already painted an image of that person that they've already seen or been with or whatever. It's kind of painful to see. It'll also be pretty painful to explain to somebody about the bad things. Because they would think you're the worst person in the world because of, you know, the fact that you think that somehow this person's bad in any shape or form. Which is really sad when you think about it. Yeah, exactly. It makes you understand them better and understand their mistakes and paints them a whole picture instead of just the good parts. It paints them a person and not just this god. It makes them them instead of like an image of them. It actually makes them who they are, not just who people want them to be. Oh god, that was so close. It's also a random contradictory fundamental truth is like, okay, they're gonna probably pass away eventually, as negative as it sounds, but it's kind of just something that happens, so it's not really, it's very neutral. Um, that's the other thing, it's like conflicting with the other thing, where it's like, okay, your pain, you could feel the pain from it, because you know you can't see them again, but there's also that like other side that balances out, which is basically saying, yeah, they're probably going, they were going to die eventually, or they're eventually going to pass away, I guess, but you know, easier way of saying that. It's actually pretty sad thinking about people getting pessimistic. It really shows their character if you think about it. Um, when when somebody's pessimistic about life, when they're about to get sick or whatever. Which, to be fair, the difference between like you could also be super neutral as well about it. I mean, being pessimistic is one thing, but being neutral is also okay. But it's kind of hard to be neutral about the situation. Usually it's like the extremes. Usually you're like very pessimistic or you're pretty optimistic. It's like that fundamental truth in its way will make you optimistic in a way. You know what I mean? Like imagine just knowing, well, I mean everybody should know that like you're gonna die eventually, but or pass on eventually. So it's like that should be one of those things where it's like that could be like a that should bring that almost continuous optimism, which also adds on to the gratefulness and being grateful for things anyway. Um, but unfortunately, people can't accept that, which is really unfortunate when you think about it. And then people get very pessimistic towards it. Or they just get really sad. I don't know, whichever one, honestly. There's only so much you can really do in a lifetime. And if people get sad or mad about them them dying, then they never actually lived, to be honest, if you think about it. Because if you're getting mad about not living, then you probably didn't even start living to begin with, as sad as that sounds. Good lord. It's pretty ridiculous, actually. Get some more water, give me a sec. Alright, I'm back. hydration. If you think about it. It literally is. Every drink is mainly made up of water. So if you're actually hydrating, you're actually only using water. Not. I mean, it does, but it does make you more thirsty. But if you think about it though, if you're drinking a soda though, wouldn't you like to drink more of it because of its taste? So even though it makes you more thirsty, if you think about the fact that people are more likely to drink it anyway just because it tastes good, wouldn't that balance out the thirst factor? Like if you were thirsty for drinking, if you were thirsty and you wanted something sweet to drink, wouldn't you want that taste to almost constantly be there because of you being thirsty? It's like savoring. It's like your body's, it's like a savory thing. It's like, have you ever eaten or drinking anything and it's something that you, not only want to keep eating or drinking of, then, wouldn't making you more thirsty actually be more beneficial for quenching your thirst with something sweet? It's kind of a weird mind trick, but if people like it for the taste, then I'm in. Phone noise, yeah. Actually, I think it's actually gonna eat. I might be back in a bit. I actually don't know, to be honest. Oops. I mean, I'll be back in a bit regardless. I just don't know if I'm gonna be streaming. Oh, never mind. Okay. Never mind. Scratch that. Yeah. Well, it was more of a... I wouldn't say false, but it was more like a... Um, just like an additional, like a snooze. Snooze is a good way to describe it. 6:15. Why, what time is it for you? Isn't it like 1? Something like that? What's up, Pie Guy? So speaking of that, forgot to do this. I know we're getting pretty close, so I'm gonna do this anyway. I'm gonna do this now before I keep forgetting, just because. Since this is probably kind of long overdue, to be honest. Oh yeah, Pie Guy, if you're still here, go and say something. Yep, there it is. It was kind of long overdue, honestly. I was gonna do it later, but I probably was gonna forget, so I was gonna wait maybe a little bit later for the right at the end, but I was like, yeah, I'll probably forget, to be honest. So I decided to do it early. Since you've probably have been the most consistent out of literally every person on this channel, so. And when I say most consistent, I mean like, maybe it's pretty close between you two, actually. It's pretty close. Probably the most consistent out of everybody. It's so close though. I can't really say for sure who is actually more consistent, but I mean, it's pretty close. I would say that Rafi, you probably had more like, or you had like more consistent at periods of time, but Pie Guy was probably the more consistent through like the entire project. Like, the entire thing all together, I guess. But I can't really say for sure on that one. Oh, there's gold. I forgot about that. I didn't realize I hit gold this early. I thought, oh wait, no, this is layer 31. Yeah, that makes sense. I'll just keep gold with me. Because it's like, you've technically, out of the entire project, you've probably been the most consistent through the entire project, but Rafi's probably been to more streams, if you know what I mean. Like, Rafi, you've probably been to more streams. But in terms of sheer consistency through the entire project, probably, probably Pie Guy. Probably has been the most consistent. Overall, at least. Now, in terms of watch time, yeah, no, for sure, Rafi has the most time through the project. Like, pure watch time alone, for sure, but Yeah, honestly. I mean, I don't really knock anybody for not going to these streams. I'm pretty sporadic about my stream times. It's pretty random. I don't have anything set, so it's not like anybody can really consistently know when I'm gonna stream, besides, you know, the days themselves. Even then, I don't even really always stream on the days that I'm off. I'm either usually busy or something else is happening, or I'm doing something else. You probably wouldn't have found. I don't think many people would have found me if I was on Twitch, though. I think one of the main reasons I was even found at all was because of YouTube. I really don't think many people would have found me on Twitch. But that's hard to say, honestly. That's really hard to say. I can't really say 100% certain if I would have been more popular with streaming on Twitch or YouTube. I just wanted this channel to be very easily accessible so anybody can see whoever. I mean, remember almost the original point of this channel is literally to become a totem for this project, documentation for the project, or at least a good amount of documentation, not all of it. By the way, I've almost had 2,000 hours of streaming, so remember that. By the time I'll finish this, I'll have almost 2,000 hours of streaming. I mean, to be fair, not all that's mining though, or even, yeah, not all that's mining though. It all actually, I'd say only like 1,500 of it, 1,600 was actually mining. 1,400. The thing is, though, people don't check Twitch that often either, if you think about it, compared to YouTube. How many people go on YouTube versus Twitch? I'd imagine the numbers are ridiculous for YouTube versus Twitch. Yeah, hardcore streamers. I'm not honestly surprised. I just want to get the numbers up for this project, realistically. The stream, like, quality doesn't matter that much to me, to be honest with you. I'm just trying to get as many people to see this project as possible. I mean, you gotta think, like, for example, Kilo, I mean, don't get me wrong, these are two different projects, and one is far more monumental, but the other one's more insane. Fig versus Kilo, when he first did his project, he got like 14,000 viewers, including top YouTubers. Um, but Fig only got like 2,000. Fig only got like 2,000 viewers, which I know it's a lot of viewers, but considering how insane that project was, and it was like the first time ever as well, he didn't get as much as he might have gotten for YouTube for ease of access. It's kind of that weird gate. It provides an extra challenge that I don't want other people to deal with, so yeah. he just didn't get that much. I mean, he's barely at 3,000 subscribers. And his top video, his finale, got less than mine. It's actually really sad when you think about how much recognition he's gotten compared to what I've gotten for the amount of effort he's put into his. He basically did this project in like 14 months or something like that, based on his average time of working on the project, on walking to the Farlands and walking to the world border. He did both of those, which is almost the equivalent to this project. I think. At least I think. I'm not really too sure. I don't know how much break time he put into his streams, but yeah, if you just, it's pretty equivalent to it. So he basically did this project in like 14 months. But he's gotten far less recognition for it. Like the fact that his finale video for Walking to the World Border only has like 40-something thousand views. Yeah, he did it in hardcore too. Yeah, it's just kind of sad though. It's like he even got recognized by Ant Venom. Actually, he did originally, and then he made a video on it later on. So he got recognition for his Cornerlands, and then I think he got tweeted by Ant Venom, and then he got to the world border by he made a video on it, which obviously encapsulated the Farlands journeys and then his world border journey. Pretty cool video, but actually really enjoyed the video. And oh god, he barely got anything from it, to be honest. I really thought he was gonna get more than that, to be honest with you. I've gotten far more recognition and credit for this project, and I was at 40% too. I mean, I'm going to get memed on by the entire community, let's be honest here. This project's gonna be a meme, or pretty much I think it's gonna be a meme. It's gonna be a meme, it's gonna be like this legend, within Minecraft. You know, all that type of stuff. They are friends. Actually, did you know that Fig actually knows about me? As weird as it sounds, he actually does know about me. I had no idea. I made a comment about it. And I'm actually known by Fig, which is pretty interesting, to be honest. I know I'm already technically a meme, but it's gonna get far worse when I actually complete the challenge, let's be honest. It's gonna get much worse. I may get stand on, to be honest. It may get to that point, literally. You never know how far this thing's actually gonna go. I'm pretty sure people say the same thing about like this community in general, and this project kind of exemplifies how far somebody will go. Or you never really know how far somebody will go, and this project kind of proves that. Which in itself is going to become a meme. Just the insanity of this project is going to be the meme itself. The funny thing is though, anytime somebody thinks of mining, they're literally going to think of this project, I'm fairly certain. Anytime somebody references mining, they're going to think of this to some degree. or somebody's gonna make a reference to it. Like any form of mining, any form of structure, anything that has to do some form of mining, they're probably gonna reference me after I'm done, potentially. It just depends on how big this channel gets and how many people actually see it. Yeah, it's gonna get kind of crazy. What's up, Demon Ritos? I mean, I literally became a meme when it first started as well. Like, I got 1,000 subscribers just because of r/memes. Actually, I got like 10,000 technically, but if you count with the person who made a video on it, I got 1,000, which was Real Jake, and then I gained like 10,000 just from r/memes alone. It's ridiculous. Which I'm guessing is probably the people that are leaving. I don't really know though. It's probably the people from like iFunny or Instagram, most likely. Free labor, yes. Like here's your shift. I'm gonna go to work real fast. Here's the controller. You can continue mining. Oh yeah, giving people ideas, like mining the world. I wonder who else is gonna actually do this project. I'm really curious if anybody else is gonna do this project. I'm so curious. It's like, I know most people, it usually goes by the saying of like, if one person does it, then another person will do it. Or if it has happened, or it's happened once and other people could do it. Or like, you know, how people break records and then those records get set by other records and then, you know, by other people. And then, you know, they just keep lowering it and lowering it. Or the expectations get higher and higher and higher and people just keep meeting it. I wonder if people will actually follow suit with this project. I wonder if this project is so insane to the point where nobody will actually touch it. Not saying it won't happen, but it could happen, to be honest. Sleep texting. I mean, I've mined to the point of actually sleeping, like falling asleep. Into the point, or mining to the point of falling asleep. Only if I could develop muscle memory. Maybe I can develop a lucid dream. Do a lucid dream into mining, and it's actually not a lucid dream. Creates new world. Super flat. Yes. Check mark. It's not like I haven't done that before where I like neglect, well, I wouldn't say I completely neglect sleep, but I feel like I'm more awake than I actually am, but that happens all the time. where I'm like, oh yes, I'm actually pretty awake, but that's only because I'm actually walking around. But when I start mining, I better be really awake, or I'm just gonna, you know, pass out. Like, I have to be, like, fully awake to do this project. It's kind of annoying. It's, like, just because of how mind-numbing it is. I'm like, oh, yes, I'll be fine with this amount of sleep. No, I cannot. I had caffeine. It doesn't help me, though, for anything. It really doesn't. Like, I've tried caffeine so many times. I even tried caffeine for, like, 2 weeks. Doesn't do anything. I'm actually curious at all the negative comments that I'll get for this project. Or pseudo-negative comments, I guess. I wouldn't say pseudo-criticism comments, I guess you can call them. They're technically all negative. I mean, they're technically negative, but they're like pseudo-criticism comments for some reason. I mean, I guess unless I drank a ton of caffeine. Like, if I got I better be start chugging that coffee. I guess that's the only way, though. I'd rather not do that. Oh yeah, speaking of that meme thing, somebody did make a reference to me. They were mining diamonds. They were making like a diamond mining machine. They said they were addicted to mining. And then they put in a comment, they put mythical with semicolons, am I a joke to you? As a reference. That's the first reference I've seen though, to be honest. It fits very well though. At the same time though, that was also right after um, blow up, so I mean it kind of makes sense. But it also fits pretty perfectly with the comment, with the post too. Oh Jesus Christ, man. Yeah, what about my bandwidth? My internet bandwidth, it's gonna cry. I don't think I could reach my neighbor's bandwidth. I'm not that close to my neighbors. Actually, I'm not really close to anybody, to be honest. At least definitely not close enough for any internet connection, say that much. Even anything reasonable. Oh yeah, I'm just gonna casually hack their Wi-Fi. I'm quite surprised I'm actually finishing this layer, I'm not gonna lie. Before I have to eat. That'd be crazy as soon as I finish, the text message goes off. God dang, I was so close. No, I'm just gonna finish it real fast. Screw it. I mean, that's kind of rules in a nutshell. It's only illegal if you actually get watched. I mean, like speeding, for example. I mean, how are they going to regulate it constantly? Do they have like an all-seeing eye or something? Okay, there we go. It's 2 layers. Okay, I'm gonna go and eat. I might be back to stream. I have no idea. I'll be back regardless in like 30 minutes to an hour, but yeah. I'm gonna check if it actually isn't a false alarm. If I don't make it a false alarm. Okay, yeah, I'm gonna go and go now. Might be back, no idea though. I'll just do this view just in case anybody new joins. I know the on break kind of triggers it, or breaks it up, or breaks the scenery. But, I mean, I don't know.